Okay, just remember, I am recording. Repeat after me. I'm so happy because I'm on the right track. Yes, I'm happy. There's no turning back. The purpose of this class is to cooperate, to communicate, to educate. On time, on task, on target, on to college. Okay. I got no choice. I have to take attendance. You guys are killing me. Mr. Tobias is all over me about this attendance. Why don't we have perfect attendance, Mr. Edwards? I don't know, Mrs. Tobias. Okay, remember the oh, my bad. Remember to help me take attendance so we don't make mistakes. Jacqueline? Anybody see Jacqueline?
Nope.
All right, Carmen.
Here.
Good morning. Andrew, of course, is here. He spoke up. Alexis is, of course, here. He spoke up. Oscar?
Don't see him.
Mauricio?
Yo.
See? Ah. You just made my whole day. Somebody finally got it. A plus. Anaya?
Here.
Liam?
He's here.
Good. Caesar?
Don't see him.
Okay. Ariana?
Here.
That didn't sound too convincing. Rosalind?
Don't see her.
Isabella? Isabella? Jose?
He's here.
Wait, that's... Did we say Isabella was here? That's my eyes. Isabella absent? Jose present? Am I right there?
Yep.
It's hard for me to read this with my eyes. Edward?
Nope.
Brandon?
He ain't here.
Timmy?
Here.
One off. Natalie?
She's here.
Thank God. Sebastian?
He's here.
Good work. Annie?
Here.
Marcelo? Brian? Mark Vic,
Here.
Stavrola.
He's here.
Here.
Right, Stavrola. Eric. Rosalind.
Here.
Elijah.
Here.
Good man. Brandon.
Not here.
Johnny Tolentino. Juan Carlos. Alexandra.
Here.
Devin.
Here.
Peter.
Yo.
Okay, yo. Okay, attendance issues are being addressed by Mrs. Tobias, including phone calls home. She's bilingual, so it doesn't matter if who answers the phone.
Eric just came.
Yeah, you got to do me a favor, especially if I make a mistake. You got to let me know when people log in, and I'll just hit their attendance. Okay, so good morning. Now here's what I thought. Tell me what you think. We'll finish Gatsby for sure Friday. Now, I have the film. I have it with me. I put it in my backpack in case I need to bring it to West Egg Village to watch it there on my computer DVD. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe because the next unit's going to be poetry. This was the novel unit, and then we'll do the poetry unit, and then Mrs. Tobias is going to do her research unit. It's all good stuff. I'm going to add that Emily Dickinson because I could not stop for death. He kindly stopped for me. You're going to love it. When I tell you the secret to understanding that poem, you're going to be blown away. You're going to be blown away. I thought maybe on Monday, because films are 2 hours. I thought on Monday at 9:30 after attendance and ritual, assuming everything goes right, and that's a huge assumption, I thought I would at least try to play Gatsby through this computer, and we'll decide how much we want to watch, how motivated we are. It's a really good version. It's very faithful to the novel. So does that sound like a good plan, Alexis, class announcer?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very rare film, and it's very hard to find, but I found it for you. Okay, so before we begin, we have all these speculative theories about Gatsby. Maybe this time I'll save. I'll save it on the desktop. Did Wilson attempt to murder Gatsby? But Gatsby turned the tables and murdered Wilson. Was it a murder-suicide? Wilson shoots and kills Gatsby. Gatsby falls in the pool in a circle of blood. And Wilson turns the gun on himself and kills himself. Is there an unknown third person who kills Wilson to protect Gatsby? Daisy? What's Tom's role in all this? Nick? Jordan? The butler did it. I got to go through Google. I didn't go through Google. Stop. Okay, Natalie, what page, please? What page?
It's page 174.
Page 174. All right, let's find out. Once and for all. Get out your Kleenex. You're going to want to wipe your eyes dry. Chapter 9. After 2 years, I remember the rest of that day and that night and the next day, only as an endless drill of police and photographers and newspapermen in and out of Gatsby's front door. A rope stretched across the main gate, and the policemen by it kept out the curious, but little boys soon discovered that they could enter through my yard, and there were always a few of them clustered open-mouthed about the pool. Someone with a positive manner, perhaps a detective, used the expression madman as he bent over Wilson's body that afternoon, and the adventitious authority of his voice set the key for the newspaper reports next morning. Most of those reports were a nightmare, grotesque, circumstantial, eager, and untrue. When McCollis's testimony at the inquest brought to light Wilson's suspicions of his wife, I thought the whole tale would shortly be served up in racy pasquinade. But Catherine, who might have said anything, didn't say a word. She showed up a surprising amount of character about it, too. Looking at the coroner with determined eyes under that corrected brow of hers, and swore that her sister had never seen Gatsby, that her sister was completely happy with her husband, that her sister had been into no mischief whatsoever. She convinced herself of it and cried into her handkerchief as if the very suggestion was more than she could endure. So Wilson was reduced to a man deranged by grief in order that the case might remain in its simplest form, and it rested there. But all this... So I'm in class. Your students can hear you.
Hey, can you send me the link to the class?
There is no link. You just go to Google Meet. It's PMA Honors, small case.
Oh, okay. So go into Google.
Google. Go, open up Google and just type in Google Meet, and then click on Google Meet. It's meet.google.com. And then type in all small case letters, one word, PMA Honors.
Do all of the kids know how to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I see.
We're very clever. Did you want to? Did you want to say something to the class?
Just,
Hello? That was Miss Tobias, so she might pop in.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up the phone.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Hello? Yeah, I was not trying to. I'm confused.
Hold on, T, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
if I were you, I would just check Aspen on.
Okay, class. Alexis, are you there?
Yeah.
Miss Tobias and or Miss Jones, we're trying to get in our meeting, but I got to keep going. Just let me know when they come back or you'll hear their voice. But all of this part of it seemed remote and unessential. I found myself on Gatsby's side and alone. From the moment I telephoned news of the catastrophe to West Egg Village, every surmise about him and every practical question was referred to me. At first, I was surprised and confused. Then, as he lay in his house and didn't move or breathe or speak, hour upon hour, it grew upon me that I was responsible because no one else was interested. Interested, I mean, with that intense personal interest to which everyone has some vague right at the end. I called up Daisy half an hour after we found him, called her instinctively and without hesitation, but she and Tom had gone away early that afternoon and taken baggage with them. Left no address? No. Say when they'd be back? No. Any idea where they are? How could I reach them? I don't know. Can't say. I wanted to get somebody for him. I wanted to go into the room where he lay and reassure him, I'll get somebody for you, Gatsby. Don't worry. Just trust me and I'll get somebody for you. Meyer Wolfsheim's name was in the phone book. The butler gave me his office address on Broadway, and I called information, but by the time I had the number, it was long after 5 and no one answered the phone. Will you ring again? I've rung them 3 times. It's very important. Sorry, I'm afraid no one's there. I went back to the drawing room and thought for an instant that there were chance visitors, all these official people who suddenly filled it. But as they drew back the sheet and looked at Gatsby with unmoved eyes, his protest continued in my brain. Look here, old sport, you've got to get somebody for me. You've got to try hard. I can't go through this alone. Someone started to ask me questions, but I broke away and going upstairs looked hastily through the unlocked parts of his desk. He never told me definitely that his parents were dead, but there was nothing, only the picture of Dan Cody, a token of forgotten violence staring down from the wall. Next morning, I sent the butler to New York with a letter to Wolfsheim, which asked for information and urged him to come out on the next train. That request seemed superfluous when I wrote it. I was sure that when he'd start, he saw the newspapers, just I was sure there'd be a wire from Daisy before noon. But neither a wire nor Mr. Wolfsheim arrived. No one arrived except more police and photographers and newspapermen. When the butler brought back Wolfsheim's answer, I began to have a feeling of defiance, a scornful solidarity between Gatsby and me against them all. Oh, my bad scrawling. Dear Mr. Carraway. Oh, stop. I can't believe that. Like, my finger just soared over the... Dear Mr. Carraway, this has been one of the most terrible shocks of my life to me. I hardly can't believe that it is true at all. Such a mad act as that man did should make us all think. It cannot come down now as I am tied up in some very important business. It cannot get mixed up in this thing now. If there is anything I can do a little later, let me know in a letter by Edgar. I hardly know where I am when I hear about a thing like this, and I am completely knocked down and out. Truly yours, Meyer Wolfsheim. And then hastily addenda beneath. Let me know about the funeral, etc. Do not know his family at all. So Gatsby died. So Gatsby was murdered by George Wilson, and his dying breath, apparently, is, I need somebody to come and console me. And nobody except Nick will come and console him. The metaphor or irony is extremely clear. A man who throws parties where thousands of people show up on a weeknight and nobody will come and visit him in his hour of need, except Nick, who can't believe that not even Daisy would want to come to say goodbye forever. So it was B on the multiple choice: murder, suicide. George Wilson got a gun because he saw that yellow car, which was owned by Gatsby, that hit and killed his wife. George Wilson tracked down Gatsby. I'm going to explain how. George Wilson shot Gatsby. Gatsby fell by the pool, the circle of blood in the pool, and then George Wilson put the gun on himself. So there's a very subtle point, and I know I mentioned it yesterday when we were reading. George Wilson, as a mechanic, got a brainstorm, a very good idea. He said, I'll just go to all the other mechanics in New York until I find one that services Gatsby. You know, who services a yellow sports car, you know? And nobody would tell him. Maybe they're afraid of Gatsby. That's partially unclear. But nobody would admit to being Gatsby's mechanic. So George has, at that time, going into chapter 9, no idea who owns the yellow car. But that's why I kind of hinted for 2 days now, what's Tom's role? What's Nick's role? What's Daisy's role? Well, of course, come on. I really got to tell you, of course it was Tom. Tom Buchanan told George Wilson, hey, I know who owns that car. Tom Buchanan led George Wilson to Gatsby. Gatsby has been shot to death and murdered. When the phone rang that afternoon and long distance said Chicago was calling, I thought this would be Daisy at last, but the connection came through as a man's voice, very thin and far away. This is Slagle speaking. Yes, the name was unfamiliar. Hell of a note, isn't it? Get my wire. There haven't been any wires. Those are wire cables from the old days. That's how they communicated. Young Parks, like somewhere between Morse code and Young Parks in trouble, he said rapidly. They picked him up when he handed the bonds over the counter. They got a circular from the New York giving him numbers just 5 minutes before. What do you know about that? Hey, you never can tell in these hick towns. Hello, I interrupted breathlessly. Look here, this isn't Mr. Gatsby. Mr. Gatsby's dead. Nick's in Gatsby's house, where Gatsby's dead. Nick picks up Gatsby's phone, and it's a bookie from wherever that was. You know, because even though it's constantly alluded to and never said outright, Gatsby's in underground crime syndicate. Gatsby works for the crime syndicate. Mr. Edwards, you always said if you can say it in front of a college professor at Harvard, then you got a shot at getting an A at Harvard. Could I say that Gatsby, especially given his wealth and his mysterious nature and his impeccable dress, is like an Al Capone? You could, with one exception. There's no evidence that Gatsby took machine guns and had people killed on St. Valentine's Day. Right? Right? Gatsby is a high connected member of a crime syndicate. There was a long silence on the other end of the wire, followed by an exclamation, then a quick squawk as the connection was broken. I think it was on the third day that a telegram signed Henry C. Gatz arrived from a town in Minnesota. It said only that the sender was leaving immediately and to postpone the funeral until he came. It was Gatsby's father. A solemn old man, very helpless and dismayed, bundled up in a long, cheap ulster against the warm September day. His eyes leaked continuously with excitement, and when I looked the bag and umbrella from his hands, he began to pull so incessantly at his sparse gray beard that I had difficulty in getting off his coat. He was on the point of collapse, so I took him into the music room and made him sit down while I sent for something to eat, but he wouldn't eat, and the glass of milk spilled from his trembling hand. I saw it in the Chicago newspaper, he said. It was all in the Chicago newspaper. I started right away. I didn't know how to reach you. His eyes, seeing nothing, moved ceaselessly about the room. It was a madman, he said. He must have been mad. Wouldn't you like some coffee? I urged him. I don't want anything. I'm all right now, Mr. Carraway. Well, I'm all right now. Where have they got Jimmy? See? He's not Jay to his father. He's Jimmy. Remember, his original name was James Gatz. Jimmy. I took him into the drawing room where his son lay and left him there. Some little boys had come up on the steps and were looking into the hall. When I told them who had arrived, they were reluctantly away. After a little while, Mr. Gatz, that's Gatsby's father, right, opened the door and came out, his mouth ajar, his face flushed slightly, his eyes leaking isolated and unpunctual tears. He had reached an age where death no longer has the quality of ghastly surprise. And when he looked around him now for the first time and saw the heightened splendor of the hall and the great rooms opening out from it and other rooms, his grief began to be mixed with an awed pride. Pride in his son's accomplishments. I helped him to a bedroom upstairs. While he took off his coat and vest, I told him that all arrangements had been deferred until he came. I didn't know what you'd want, Mr. Gatsby. Gatz is my name. Mr. Gatz, I thought you might want to take the body west. He shook his head. Jimmy always liked it better down east. He rose up to his position in the east. Were you a friend of my boys, Mr.? We were close friends. We had a big future before him. He had a big future before him, you know. He was only a young man, but he had a lot of brain power here. He touched his head impressively, and I nodded. This is one. Everybody pay attention. This next line, coming from Jimmy, father, Gatsby's father, is probably one of the most emotionally wrought, tragic lines in all of literature, and that includes Shakespeare. This is a line that has stuck with me from the moment Father Schuler read it to me 37 years ago. This explains the title of the novel, The Great Gatsby. Watch this magic trick. Get the Kleenex out. If he'd have lived, he'd have been a great man. A man like James J. Hill, he'd have helped build up the country. If he'd have lived, he would have been a great man. His father, at that moment in time, gives Jimmy Gatz, who reinvented himself at the age of 17 and became the Great Gatsby, the true meaning of the term great. Had he lived, he would have been great. He died too young. I got him about, remember, he's between 30 and 32 years old when he perishes. Even his age is a mystery. If he'd lived, he would have been great. Now, of course, here's Nick's response. That's true, I said uncomfortably. He fumbled an embroidered coverlet, trying to take it from the bed, and lay down stiffly, was instantly asleep. That night, an obviously frightened person called up and demanded to know who I was before he could give his name. This is Mr. Carraway, I said. Oh, he sounded relieved. This is Klipspringer. I was relieved, too, for that seemed to promise another friend at Gatsby's grave. I didn't want it to be in the papers and draw a sightseeing crowd, so I'd been calling up a few people myself. They were hard to find. The funeral's tomorrow, I said, 3 o'clock here at the house. I wish you'd tell anybody who'd be interested. Oh, I will, he broke out hastily. Of course, I'm not likely to see anybody, but if I do. His tone made me suspicious. Of course, you'll be there yourself. Well, I'll certainly try. What I called up about is, wait a minute, I interrupted. How about you saying you'll come? Well, the fact is, the truth of the matter is that I'm staying with some people up here in Greenwich, and they expect me to be with them tomorrow. In fact, there's a sort of picnic or something. Of course, I'll do my very best to get away. I ejaculated an unrestrained ha, and I must have heard me from when he went on nervously. What I called up about was a pair of shoes I left there. I wonder if it had been too much trouble to have the butler send them on. You see, they're tennis shoes, and I'm sort of helpless without them. My address is care of BF. I didn't hear the rest of the name because I hung up the receiver. After that, I felt a certain shame for Gatsby. One gentleman to whom I telephoned implied that he got what he deserved. However, that was my fault, for he was one of those who used to sneer most bitterly at Gatsby on the courage of Gatsby's liquor, and I should have known better than to call him. The morning of the funeral, I went up to New York to see Meyer Wolfsheim. I couldn't seem to reach him any other way. The door that I pushed open, on the advice of an elevator boy, was marked the Swastika Holding Company. At first, there didn't seem to be anyone inside, but when I shouted, "Hello," several times in vain, an argument broke out behind a partition, and presently a lovely Jewess appeared to an interior door and scrutinized me with black, hostile eyes. "Nobody's in," she said. "Mr. Wolfshine's gone to Chicago." Shout out to Chicago. The first part of this was obviously untrue, for someone began to whistle the rosary tunelessly inside. "Please say that Mr. Carraway wants to see him. I can't get him back from Chicago, can I?" At this moment, a voice unmistakably Wolfsheim's called, "Stella!" From the other side of the door. "Leave your name on the desk," she said quickly. "I'll give it to him when he gets back." "But I know he's there." She took a step toward me and began to slide her hands indignantly up and down her hips. "You young men think you can force your way in here in time?" she scolded. "We're getting sick and tired of it. When I say he's in Chicago, he's in Chicago. Chicago. You know how you remember Chicago? Chicken in the car, and the car won't go. Chicago." In the 1920s, a saying was very popular. You know how you spell Chicago? Chicken in the car, and the car won't go. Chicago. Chicken in the car, and the car won't go. Chicago. You know how you remember Chicago? It's an old saying, okay? Ask Grandma. I mentioned Gatsby. "Oh." She looked at me over again. What was your name?" She vanished. In a moment, Meyer Wolfsheim stood solemnly in the doorway, holding out both hands. He drew me into his office, remarking in a reverent voice that it was a sad time for all of us, and offered me a cigar. "My memory goes back to when I first met him," he said. "A young major just out of the army and covered over with medals he got in the war. He was so hard up, he had to keep on wearing his uniform because he couldn't buy some regular clothes. First time I saw him was when he came into Weinbrenner's pool room at 43rd Street and asked for a job. He hadn't eaten anything for a couple of days. 'Come on, have some lunch with me,' I said. He ate more than $4 worth of food in half an hour." "Did you start him in business?" I inquired. "Start him? I made him." "Oh." "I raised him up out of nothing, right out of the gutter. I saw right away he was a fine-appearing, gentlemanly young man, and when he told me he was an Oxford man, I could use him good. I got him to join up in the American Legion and used to stand high there. Right off he did. Some work for a client of mine up to Albany. We were so thick like that and everything. He helped up two bulbous fingers, always together. I wondered if this partnership had included the World Series transaction in 1919. White Sox fans. Now he's dead, I said after a moment. You were his closest friend, so I'll know you'll want to come to his funeral this afternoon. I'd like to come. Well, come then. The hair in his nostrils quivered slightly, and as he shook his head, his eyes filled with tears. I can't do it. I can't get mixed up in it, he said. There's nothing to get mixed up in. It's not now. It's all over now. When a man gets killed, I never like to get mixed up in it in any way. I keep out. When I was young, man, it was different. If a friend of mine died, no matter how, I stuck with them to the end. You may think that's sentimental, but I mean it to the bitter end. I saw that for some reason of his own, he was determined not to come. So I stood up. Are you a college man? He inquired suddenly. For a moment, I thought he was going to suggest a connection, but he only nodded and shook my hand. Let us learn to show our friendship for a man when he is alive and not after he is dead. he suggested. After that, my own rule was to let everything alone. When I left his office, the sky had turned dark, and I got back to West Egg in a drizzle. After changing my clothes, I went next door and found Mr. Gatz walking up and down excitedly in the hall. His pride in his son and his son's possessions was continually increasing, and now he had something to show me. Jimmy sent me this picture. He took it out of his wallet with trembling fingers. Look there. It was a photograph of the house, cracked in the corners and dirty with many hands. He pointed out every detail to me eagerly. Look there, and then sought admiration from my eyes. He had shown it so often that I think it was more real to him now than the house itself. Jimmy sent it to me. I think it's a very pretty picture. It shows up well. Very well. Had you seen him lately? He come out to see me 2 years ago and bought me the house I live in now. Of course, he was broke up when he run off from home, but I see now there was a reason for it. He knew he had a big future in front of him, and ever since he made a success, he was very generous with me. I'm just going to get a coffee. He seemed reluctant to put away the picture, held it for another minute lingeringly before my eyes. Then he returned the wallet and pulled him his pocket a ragged old copy of a book called Hopalong Cassidy. Look here, this is a book he had when he was a boy. It just shows you. He opened it at the back cover and turned it around for me to see. On the last fly leaf was printed the word schedule. Now, this is really cool. And the date, September 12th, 1906. This is really cool. This is going to be his daily Gatsby's date. Gatsby's got a piece of paper that they found that lists his daily schedule, like, because he's all into self-discipline. You'll see. It's really cool. This is Gatsby's schedule. Rise from bed, 6 a.m. Dumbbell exercise and wall scaling, 6:15 to 6:30 a.m. Study electricity, etc., 7:15 to 8:15 a.m. Work, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. Baseball and sports, 4:30 to 5 p.m. Practice elocution, that's the art of public speaking, poise, and how to attain it, 5 to 6 p.m. Study needed inventions, 7 to 9 p.m. General resolves. No wasting time at Schaefer's or a name indecipherable. No more smoking or chewing. Bathe every other day. Read one improving book or magazine per week. Save to $5, crossed out $3 per week. Be better to parents. I come across this book by accident, said the old man. It just shows you, don't it? It just shows you. Jimmy was bound to get ahead. He always had some resolve like this or something. Do you notice that he got about improving his mind? He was always great for that. He told me I like a hog once, and I beat him for it. He was reluctant to close the book, reading each item aloud and then looking eagerly at me. I think he rather expected me to copy down the list for my own use. A little before 3, the Lutheran minister arrived from Flushing, and I began to look involuntarily at the windows for other cars. So did Gatsby's father. And as the time passed, and the servants came in and stood waiting in the hall, his eyes began to blink anxiously, and he spoke of the rain in a worried, uncertain way. The minister glanced several times at his watch, so I took him aside and asked him to wait for half an hour. But it wasn't any use. Nobody came. About 5 o'clock, our procession of 3 cars reached the cemetery and stopped in a thick drizzle beside the gate. First a motor hearse, horribly black and wet, then Mr. Gatz and the minister and I in the limousine. And a little later, 4 or 5 servants and the postman from West Egg and Gatsby's station wagon, all wet to the skin. As we started through the gate into the cemetery, I heard a car stop and then the sound of someone splashing after us and the soggy ground. I looked around. It was the man with owl-eyed glasses whom I had found marveling over Gatsby's books in the library one night 3 months before. I never seen him since then. I don't know how he knew about the funeral, even his name. The rain poured down his thick glasses, and he took them off and wiped them to see the protecting canvas unrolled from Gatsby's grave. I tried to think about Gatsby then for a moment, but he was already too far away, and I could only remember without resentment that Daisy hadn't sent a message or a flower. Dimly, I heard someone murmur, "Blessed are the dead that rain falls on." And then the owl-eyed man said, "Amen to that," in a brave voice. We straggled down quickly through the rain to the cars. Owl Eyes spoke to me by the gate. "I couldn't get to the house," he remarked. "Neither could anyone else." "Go on," he started. "Why, my God, they used to go there by the hundreds." He took off his glasses and wiped them again outside and in. "The poor son of a bitch," he said. One of the most vivid memories is of coming back west from prep school and later from college at Christmas time. Those who went farther than Chicago could gather in the old dim Union Station at 6 o'clock of a December evening with a few Chicago friends, already caught up in their own holiday gaieties, to bid them a hasty goodbye. I remember the fur coats of the girls returning to Miss This or That's, and the chatter of frozen breath, and the hands waving overhead as we caught sight of the old acquaintances and the matchings of invitations. "Are you going to the Ordways, the Herseys, the Schultzes?" And the long green tickets clasped tight in our gloved hands. At last, the murky yellow cars of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad looking cheerful as Christmas itself on the track beside the gate. When we pulled out into the winter night and the real snow, our snow began to stretch out beside us and twinkle against the windows in the dim light of the small Wisconsin stations moved by. A sharp, wild breeze came suddenly into the air. We drew in deep breaths of it as we walked back from dinner through the cold vestibules, unutterably aware of our identity with this country for one strange hour before we melted indistinguishably into it again. That's my Middle West, not the wheat or the prairies or the lost Swede towns, but the thrilling returning trains of my youth, and the street lamps and sleigh bells and frosty dark and the shadows of holly wreaths thrown by lighted windows on the snow. I am part of that, a little solemn with the feel of those long winters, a little complacent from growing up in a caraway house in a city where dwellings are still called through decades by a family's name. I see now that this had been a story of the West after all. Tom and Daisy, Gatsby, Jordan, and I were all Westerners, and perhaps we possessed some deficiency in common which made us subtly unadaptable to Eastern life. Even when the East excited me most, even when I was most cleanly aware of its superiority to the bored, sprawling, swollen towns beyond the Ohio, where their interminable inquisitions were spared only by the children and the very old, even then it had always for me a quality of distortion. West Egg especially still figures in my more fantastic dreams. I see it as a night scene by El Greco, 100 houses at once conventional and grotesque, crouching under a sullen, overhanging sky and lusterless moon. In the foreground, 4 solemn men in dress suits are walking along the sidewalk with a stretcher on which lies a drunken woman in a white evening dress. Her hands, which dangles over the side, sparkled cold with jewels. Gravely the men turn in at a house, the wrong house, but no one knows the woman's name and no one cares. After Gatsby's death, the East was haunted for me like that, distorted beyond my eyes of the power of correction. So when the blue smoke of brittle leaves was in the air, and the wind blew the wet laundry stiff on the line, I decided to come back home. There was one thing to be done before I left, an awkward, unpleasant thing, that perhaps had better have been left alone. But I wanted to leave things in order and not just trust that obliging and indifferent sea to sweep my refuse away. I saw Jordan Baker and talked over and around what happened to us together and what happened afterward to me, and she lay perfectly still listening in a big chair. She was dressed to play golf, and I remember thinking she looked like a good illustration, her chin raised a little, jauntily, her hair the color of an autumn leaf, her face the same brown tint as the fingerless glove on her knee. When I had finished, she told me without comment that she was engaged to another man. I doubted that, though there were several she could have married at a nod of her head, but I pretended to be surprised. For just a minute, I wondered if I wasn't making a mistake. Then I thought it all over again quickly, and I got up to say goodbye. Nevertheless, you did throw me over, said Jordan suddenly. You threw me over on the telephone. I didn't give a damn about you now, but it was a new experience for me, and I felt a little dizzy for a while. We shook hands. But when you do remember, she added, a conversation we had once about driving a car? Why, not exactly. You said a bad driver was only safe until she met another bad driver. Well, I met another bad driver, didn't I? I mean, I was careless of me to make such a wrong guess. I thought you were rather an honest, straightforward person. I thought it was your secret pride. I'm 30, I said. I'm 5 years too old to lie to myself and call it honor. She didn't answer. Angry and half in love with her and tremendously sorry, I turned away. One afternoon late in October, I saw Tom Buchanan. He was walking ahead of me and along on Fifth Avenue in his alert, aggressive way, his hands out a little from his body as if to fight off interference, his head moving sharply here and there, adapting itself to his restless eyes. Just as I showed up to avoid overtaking him, it stopped and began frowning in the windows of a jewelry store. Suddenly he saw me and walked back, holding out his hand. What's the matter, Nick? You object to shaking hands with me? Yes. You know what I think of you. You're crazy, Nick, he said quickly. Crazy as hell. I don't know what's the matter with you. Tom, I inquired, what did you say to Wilson that afternoon? He stared at me without a word, and I knew I had guessed right about those missing hours. I started to turn away, but he took a step after me and grabbed my arm. I told him the truth, he said. He came to the door while we were getting ready to leave, and I sent down word that we weren't in. He tried to force his way upstairs. He was crazy enough to kill me if he hadn't told me who owned the car. If I hadn't told him who owned the car. His hand was on a revolver in his pocket every minute he was in the house. He broke off defiantly. What if I did tell him? Tell him that Gatsby owned the car. That Tom's actually responsible for Gatsby's death. That fella had come into him. That fella, that's Gatsby, had it coming to him. He threw dust in your eyes just like he did in Daisy's, but he was a tough one. He ran over Myrtle like he ran over a dog. Never even stopped his car. There was nothing I could say except the one unutterable fact that it wasn't true. And if you think I didn't have my share of suffering, look here. When I went to give up that flat and saw that damn... This is Tom talking. And if you didn't think I didn't have my share of suffering, look here. When I went to give up that flat and saw that damn box of dog biscuits sitting there on the sideboard, I sat down and cried like a baby. Like, God, it was awful. I couldn't forgive him or like him, but I saw that what was done to him entirely what he had done was to him entirely justifiable. It was very careless and confused. They were careless people. Tom and Daisy. They were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back into their money, or their vast carelessness, or whatever it was that kept them together, and let other people clean up the mess they had made. How many times did I say to you over the course of this novel that the whole point of that marriage between Tom and Daisy and Jordan, these characters, these careless characters who think that it's somebody else's job to pick up their mess. I shook hands with him. It seemed silly not to, for I felt suddenly as though I were talking to a child. Then he went into the jewelry store to buy a pearl necklace, or perhaps only a pair of cuff buttons, rid of my provincial squeamishness forever. Gatsby's house was still empty when I left. The grass on his lawn had grown as long as mine. One of the taxi drivers in the village never took a fare past the entrance gate without stopping for a minute and pointing inside. Perhaps it was he who drove Daisy and Gatsby over to East Egg the night of the accident, and perhaps he had made a story about it all his own. I didn't want to hear it, and I avoided him when I got off the train. I spent my Saturday nights in New York because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I could still hear the music and the laughter, faint and incessant, from his garden, and the cars going up and down his drive. One night I did hear a material car there and saw its lights stop at the front steps, but I didn't investigate. Probably it was some final guest who had been away at the ends of the earth and didn't know that the party was over. The party was over. The party's over. They can't last forever. And then all the way, we're approaching October. We're in October now, right? Gatsby's been dead a month. And still, somebody pulls up to his driveway on a weeknight, on a Friday night. Oh, where's the party? I was out of town. Where's these parties that I keep hearing about? Oh, party's over. Oh, party's over. On the last night, with my trunk packed and my car sold to the grocer, I went over and looked at that huge incoherent failure of a house once more. On the white steps, an obscene word scrawled by some boy with a piece of brick stood out clearly in the moonlight, and I erased it, drawing my shoe raspingly along the stone. Then I wandered down to the beach and sprawled out onto the sand. Most of the big shore places were closed now, and there were hardly any lights except the shadowy, moving glow of a ferry boat across the sound. And as the moon rose higher, the inessential houses began to melt away, until gradually I became aware of the old island here that flowered once from Dutch sailors' eyes, a fresh, green breast of the new world. Its vanished trees, the trees that had made ways for Gatsby's house, had once pandered in whispers to the last and greatest of all human dreams. From a transitory, enchanted moment, man must have held his breath in the presence of this continent, compelled in an aesthetic contemplation he neither understood nor desired, face to face for the last time in history with something commensurate to his capacity for wonder. And as I stood, brooding on the old, unknown world, I thought of Gatsby's wonder when he first picked out the green light at the end of Daisy's dock. He had come a long way to this blue lawn, and his dream must have seemed so close that he could hardly fail to grasp it. He did not know that it was already behind him, somewhere back in that vast obscurity beyond the city, where the dark fields of the Republic rolled on under the night. Gatsby believed in the green light. Whoop. I don't want to do that. Oh. So close yet so far. I just deleted the whole thing.
You accidentally pressed a bookmark. You should be able to access it by going back to that tab and pressing
Which
the back
one?
button.
This one?
The Chicago Public one.
This one?
No, it's one of the tabs, the Chicago Public one, next to the Aspen. That one. Then the back arrow. There we go.
You're a good man. We almost read it. We almost got it. Gatsby believed in the green light, the orgastic future that year by year recedes before us. It eluded us then, but that's no matter. Tomorrow we will run faster, stretch out our arms farther, and one fine morning, so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. The end. So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. The end. I guess I was off my timeline there. I thought we had another chapter. I don't know why I always thought the great. Let me look. I got to be careful here because again, we're reading an ebook. I'm gonna just Google that out of my. I'm just being curious now. Mr. Edwards, curiosity killed the cat. Well, sorry. I always thought it was. I don't know why. 10. I guess 10 is a logical number. There's only 9 chapters in Gatsby. My bad. So we're done. That is the Great Gatsby. Okay, Johnny Tolentino. Present. I also saw Juan Carlos. And is there anybody else? Oh, there's going to be quite a few. I'm going to take attendance again, then we'll recap Gatsby. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I'm doing a very bad job scrolling today. I'm not happy with my scrolling today. I don't know why I can't scroll up or down. Here, let me try this. Where's the scroll bar here? Oh, there it is. Let's try that again. Did Aguilera check in? Oscar, Caesar, Isabella, Jose, Edward, Lozano, Brandon Lozano.
Both Brandon and Jose are here.
Brandon Lozano's here.
And Jose.
Okay, let me get this right. Brandon Lozano, Jose Ibarra. I bet he's already marked present. Anybody else? Skinner.
Mauricio.
Cisneros is here. He's marked present. Okay, let me just look. Let me just look at you guys' names, and I'll know. Aguilera's here. One more time, because you can't. There's so few days of class that even 2 or 3 absences could bring your grade down a letter grade. Come on. Is Oscar on this call? Ariana. My bad. Oh, that's Caesar. I'm sorry, Ariana, you're here. Jocelyn, Isabella, Edward. All right. For Skinner, Olivares, Nava. All right, I did my best. Okay. Well, watch this. I mean, assuming you have perfect attendance, which many of you do, you can now say, Peter, you can now say that you've read The Great Gatsby, every word. So put another novel under your belt. So it's a tragedy. and a great irony that a man who throws the best parties on the eastern seaboard in New York City, where thousands of people show up with full pit orchestras and golden roasted turkeys, where they wash each other's hair in champagne, with jazz players and banjo players and movie starlets and famous film directors and the wealthy elite, where they crash cars and drink champagne in glasses bigger than fish bowls. Nobody comes to his funeral except his neighbor Nick, his father, and this out of context man who was living in his library, the man that he only know as Owl Eyes, and his servants, and the postman from the village. Just shows the shallowness of this society. And Daisy doesn't even send flowers. Do you think it is very obvious now that even if Daisy once loved Gatsby, that society, as certainly the rich and high society, corrupted her indelibly? Do you understand my question? She completely compromised, sold her true love for what Fitzgerald calls practicality, stability, security. I want you to look at Gatsby one last time in this context. I want you to look at three relationships in Gatsby. Gatsby and Daisy. Lost love. He's trying to rekindle something that had been lost. World War I interrupted the true love. That pure, innocent first love interrupted by world events. And then Daisy and Tom. She marries her second choice. To a man that she doesn't completely love, and a man that physically bruises her because he's hulking. But she settles for the stability that Tom brings because he's a very secure choice, because his wealth, and he's very dominant. He's probably the guy when they go out to dinner who orders for his wife. You know, Daisy will have the fish. I'll take the filet mignon. Give me the biggest steak you got, and then my wife will have the fish. And then Jordan and Nick, they never hook up. I have some physical playfulness. They have some deep conversations. They revolt each other from time to time. He says he half loves her. And then he says at the very end, because at the end, he's going to leave New York. He's going to go back to Chicago and just move home. He can't, those tragic events, he'd just go back and presumably it's unknown. But my opinion, he's just going to go back and work for his father's hardware business and have a nice life and start over. But he wasn't made for the East Coast. And then he says, did I make a mistake with Jordan? And then he says, no. She's just like them. She's careless. She's reckless. she's corrupt. You see, what's missing from your learning is the concept of chivalry. This is the medieval word that goes back to the 13th century. Chivalry. That is an extremely important concept in history and literature. Chivalry is when a man, and it is, because it's the Middle Ages, it's man and woman, and it's a different society. The women weren't equal to men. The knights. The knights practiced chivalry. Mr. Edwards, what is chivalry? The modern word that replaced the ancient English word chivalry is gentleman. A knight practices chivalry. A knight only has pure intentions for the lady of his dreams. He's going to protect her. He's going to love her. He's going to be the right man for her, and they're going to continue to make the world, it's pure love. You know, they're going to bring wonderful children into the world and keep a certain honesty, a certain integrity, a certain beauty to human relationships. That idea has been lost. See, I guess what you don't know is that the knights from the King Arthur legend and Don Quixote from the Spanish European Spain legend is that these were very virtuous men. They were Christian men. They were virtuous. They didn't have the wrong intention. They weren't trying to take advantage of women. See, they would be today those guys that don't say the B word or call women dehumanizing things or you know, laugh at other people's suffering or say stuff like Tom. Tom is so not chivalrous. He had it coming, you know. The knights, the knights of the chivalrous world, 1300, 1400, you could stretch it into 1500, but mostly the 13 and 1400s in Europe. They were the Lord protectors of virtue, of righteousness. They were incorruptible. They didn't take advantage of women. They didn't make women feel inferior. They didn't cheapen the romance. They didn't take what was not theirs. They weren't rude. Am I making my point? That's Gatsby. Here's the problem, Mr. Edwards. I get it. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Edwards, what are you saying? Are you saying that Gatsby, because he constantly wants to go into the past, he constantly is reinventing himself, he constantly is longing for an ancient day, a day gone by, are you saying that Gatsby is essentially a medieval knight in search of a woman so he can be virtuous and protect her and love her and keep love clean and pure and not perverted and corrupt and hostile and violent? And yes, Gatsby belongs, like Don Quixote and King Arthur, to another century. He didn't belong in this modern world of marriage and divorce and marrying for the wrong reasons and marrying a man for his money or marrying a woman for her money. I'll say this. Tell Grandma to step out of the room. I don't want to lose my job today. I'll say this, just tongue in cheek. I'm 52 years old. You're young people. But twice in my life, you got to understand. You have to understand as you get older, you meet more people, you get into more relationships. But more than once in my life, I'm serious. More than once in my life, I had opportunity to marry women that were very successful. And the temptation to marry for money is great, but I didn't do it. I almost married a trauma surgeon from the University of Chicago Hospital. She was one of the highest ranking trauma surgeons in the world. She was a doctor that used to ride in the helicopters and go into the really bad traffic accidents and perform trauma surgery while airlifted into the. It's just amazing. And I met her at a time when I was like Gatsby. I was dirt poor. I was working construction, and she was in medical school, and her family was extremely wealthy. They had penthouses in downtown Chicago overlooking the lake, and I was, for a while, lured by the lifestyle. But it didn't work out for whatever reason. I mean, that's my personal life. But I'm saying most of us at some point, just because the fact that we're human beings, are going to be tempted. And I told you this. I'm trying to help you without telling you how to live your life. Most of us are going to be tempted to either continue relationships, get rid of relationships, or start new relationships based on the wrong ideas or the wrong feelings, because we're not being pure in heart. And that's what separates Gatsby from all the other characters. His only motive is true love. And God, is that hard. You got to remember one thing. Even though he gets murdered, he was going to confess to the police that he murdered and hit and run accident Myrtle Wilson. Last time I checked, hit and run murder, 25 years to life. One thing, and this is my final thought. He was willing to go to prison for decades to protect her. The true hit and run. Because you remember, this is what's important. When she hit and run Myrtle, Gatsby tried to get her to stop the car. He said, hit the brakes and stop, and she wouldn't. Gatsby was going to own up to all of that right then and there. She wouldn't stop the car. She's the one who she's the one who essentially created the hit and run scene, forcing Gatsby's hand. Here's the bottom line. If you don't have to get married. I got married. You don't have to get married. You get married if you want to love somebody and you want to explore those traditions and you want that contract. But if the day ever comes that you either propose or you get proposed to in any marriage or civil union or partnership, I don't care. You ask yourself 3 questions. Am I marrying for pure love, for good or bad, in sickness and health? Did death do us part? Am I marrying for security and comfort and practicality? Or am I marrying someone I only half love because I don't find or lost my true love? And then you will have there will be no secrets or hesitation. You'll know right then and there if that marriage is right for you. I don't know about you, but when I asked my wife to marry me, I got down on my knees and proposed to her. And don't forget, unless your heart, when you think of this person, if your heart doesn't do this, then it's not true love. Your heart will tell you. Your heart will tell you. Very smart, the heart. The brain will deceive. The brain is a complicated organ that will just make life a mess. All of the debates, from Black Lives Matter to immigration to climate change to gun control to politics, is not coming from the heart. It's coming from the minds of people that are trying to be supercilious, that are trying to defeat and compete. The mind has already been corrupted. I'm trying to save heart. I'm going to say something, you tell me. You watch this magic trick. One of my favorite philosophers is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. 1700s, European. Now, you're smart young people, listen very carefully. Jean-Jacques Rousseau said this: everything that comes from the hand of the Creator is perfect. Everything that comes from the hand of man is corrupt. God sees fit to create the horse to run wild and free on the beaches. Man sees fit to put a saddle on that horse and make that horse plow his fields. Everything that comes from the hand of the Creator is perfect. Everything that comes from the hand of man is corrupt. That's the Great Gatsby as a philosophical statement from a long ago French philosopher. Gatsby is trying to preserve, like the knights who wielded swords, he's trying to protect purity and innocence and love and trust and virtue and humility. You watch this magic trick. In the legend of King Arthur that I so told you, that cup that's buried deep in Glastonbury, England, protected by a mythical monster called the Fisher King. But if you find that cup, that grail, and you're the rightful owner, you will get that cup free and you will be immortal. If you're the wrong owner, the Fisher King will make you vanquished. And one day, according to legend, King Arthur stumbled upon a monastery. That's a church where monks pray. And he went deep underneath the monastery. and he found a cave. Because the cup was sacred, it was being protected by the monks in a church. Still there today in ruins. Glastonbury Abbey. And Arthur, sword in hand, went down deep below the monastery into a cave where he met the Fisher King, a mythical beast that could kill him with the snap of his fingers. And then Arthur saw the cup of Christ with those still wet drops of the Creator's blood. And he said, "Is that the cup that all men covet?" And the Fisher King said, "That's the cup. If you drink from this cup, you will be immortal. You will be powerful. You will be Superman. You will be unable to die. You will live forever." What power. And then the Fisher King said, "Don't you have a question to ask me?" And King Arthur knelt on one knee and said very humbly the question that only the rightful owner of the cup could ask. He said, "Fisher King, am I worthy of this cup?" And the Fisher King said, "That is the question that only the rightful owner would ask. Am I worthy? Am I worthy? Am I humble enough, pure enough to take something so powerful and use it for good, not evil, to help, not hurt, to create, not destroy?" In the form of a question, Arthur said this: "I'm not worthy. Am I? I've searched my whole life for this, given up everything. And now that I found it, and when I'm in the presence of immortality, am I worthy?" And then the Fisher King gave Arthur the cup. And human purity to this day only exists because of that moment. Watch this magic trick. Was Gatsby worthy of the name Great? We're done. That'll be $75 a piece. That wasn't free. You can all owe me.
I don't have PayPal.
You know I take the money because I'm corrupt. Or am I? All right. I'll take a few questions, but that's it. You can't. Where do you go from there? There's no. That's it. Tomorrow, I don't have the money. Let me see if Nava was absent. You are all good. I am very, 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 very. How many times, Miss Ritters, can you say very? I'm very impressed with your attentive learning to Gatsby. Why can't I change Marcelo? Did we say, okay, Marcelo, my bad. Oh, it's my eyes. Marcelo's present. I got you, buddy. All right. Peter, you do a lot of contributions to class. You get the last word on Gatsby. Tomorrow we'll outline the essay. Anybody?
Oh, why is there two chapter 6 notes on Google Classroom?
Oh, did I do that by mistake?
Yeah.
Okay, let me erase one now. Okay. Let me make sure. Okay, 15 turned in here. And then Gatsby chapter 6. All right, let me delete this one. My bad. I'm not sure how that happened. How do you delete? I can never remember. Wait, whoa. Here, what I'll do is I'll just change that. Chapter 9 notes. Okay, so you got, sorry that it's out of order. So it looks like chapter 6, chapter 9, chapter 7, chapter 8, of course, chapter 5. And then you've got your Raven. I want to start checking in that Raven. I want you to memorize your Raven forever. I want to hear it in 2 years. Perfect. I know you can do it. Just do it. Okay? And then but memorize the Raven for tomorrow. I'll outline the essay on Gatsby, and then whatever else. And then of course we have the film. We'll decide how and when we want to watch the film, if that's what you're up for. It's definitely worth watching. It'll help you picture the story.
Are you guys grading the assignments today?
Did you need the assignments graded today? I was going to get in my car and drive to West Egg Village, Long Island Sound, New York. Oh man, that I shut him down. Today or tomorrow? It depends. If I get set up, I do a lot of grading in the evening. I usually do the grading after hours. So yeah, in the next 24 hours. Yeah. And then I'll start putting stuff on Aspen. Once I put stuff on Aspen, then you'll be able to see your real grade and what you owe. So yeah, I need time for that. Though I do enjoy, I will be honest with you, I do enjoy reading your notes. Remember, the essay wasn't coming from Mr. Edwards. The essay came from one of the students who said, Mr. Edwards, in the chapter 3 notes, whatever it was, said, Mr. Edwards, I have a question. Everybody in Gatsby is rich, and we only see the point of view of these spoiled rich people. Well, weren't there also a lot of poor people around? What if the novel was written from one of the poor people? And when that person said poor people, I inferred butlers, gardeners, maids, the mechanic. That's brilliant. You should. Gatsby's what, 192 pages? You should write The New Great Gatsby for the new world we live in of equity and justice. And you should rewrite The Great Gatsby in modern times from the point of view of somebody who's oppressed. And then you will get published, win book awards. And then next thing you know, you'll be famous. And then we'll be reading your books in future high school classes. And then I can say I knew you win. There's always that. Okay. The essay, all right, I'm so glad you say that. Andrew, yes. Stavrola, I'm going to show you guys something. Something that I didn't think you knew. How to write. Now look here. Okay, I want you to pay attention. On a Word document, if you use regular margins, 12-point font Times Roman with double spacing, the average college paper, you get 250 words per page. Listen, come on. I need you to think, be smart, and say this makes sense. MLA, which Mr. Tobias will show you, you have to use 1 or 1.5-inch margins. That I can't remember. You're going to almost always write your papers in 12-point font. You're generally going to write in Times Roman. You're going to do what the professor says. This is just pretty basic stuff, and you're going to double space. If you'd use standard MLA, standard margins, standard font, standard spacing, you get about 250 words per page. Here, do I have something? Let me go to my desktop. Where's my? Let me go to my. It'll be easy for Mr. Edwards. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I just have to go to my here. I just go anywhere. Let me just go to here. As you write, or whatever. Oh, it doesn't matter. I was just going to show you an example of writing in that style. Listen, let me come back to you. Gosh darn it, I'm all over the place. If you do what is called the standard approach, it's the MLA. That's there are three, at some point, but not today, but at some point I'm going to tell you there are three styles of citation in literature. There's Turabian, of which you know nothing, but it's not your fault. That's the University of Chicago Gene Turabian style. That is a very sophisticated style of writing for literature. There's APA, the American Psychology Association. Then there's MLA, I don't know what MLA stands for anymore. Modern Language Association. If you use MLA format, you will get 250 words per page. So I'm not trying to be stupid. How many words for 2 pages of typed writing? Alexis, 250 words per page. How many pages will be 500 words?
2.
2. How many pages would be 750 words?
3.
3. How many pages will be 1,000 words?
4.
Got it? Professors, AP, etc., they go by words per page. So, for example, your question is a very good one. How many paragraphs do we need? Think about it in terms of word count. I said 250 to 500 words. So that's a minimum of 1 page and a maximum of 2 pages. So 250 words in paragraph form, 4 to 5 paragraphs, 500 words, 7 to 8. I don't know. You'll just, because it depends how you write your paragraphs. But this is the Mr. Edwards rule. And this will get you so successful. As you go to college, you're going to have to write longer and longer essays. So they might say, I need a 1,000-page essay due next Tuesday. I mean, a 1,000-word essay. Well, that's 4 pages typed. Because you're always going to think in terms of 250 per page. 250, 500, 750, 1,000, 1,250, 1,500, 1,750, 2,000. A 2,000-word essay is 8 pages. Class, I love you so much. I got more essays in this drawer. I'm surprised the floor hasn't collapsed. Class. Watch my guitar. Class. I got... Class. I got class, come on. College papers and essays, 1987 to 1990. Mr. Edwards. This is Mr. Edwards. That's me. As a college student. I'm writing an analysis of a poem called Thanatos and Eros by Cynthia Griffin Wolfe. And that's Thanatos is the Greek word for death. So, I guarantee, this was Eugene Kanjo. He was one of my American literature professors from Redlands, California. I guarantee. Now let's look. Let's look. Whoa. Let's look. Mr. Edwards, first of all, how many words did you write? Well, 250 average. 250, 500, not quite full. So somewhere between 500 and 750. So here's what Dr. Kanjo said. He said, I want you to write an essay on this poem. I want you to write between 500 and 750 words. So 2 to 3 pages. How many paragraphs? Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, paragraph 3 continued, paragraph 4, paragraph 5, paragraph 6, paragraph 7. 7 paragraphs, 600 words. And then I said, oh, Mr. Edwards, oh, I didn't know you wanted to play. Oh, didn't you want to be a wise guy like Meyer Wolfsheim? Oh, Mr. Edwards, you're always saying notes. Notes. Look at this, original Mr. Edwards handwritten notes. Notes. Oh my God, there's an essay I wrote on the Great Gatsby. Oh, we're done. We're done. Shh. Get grandma out of the room. This is an essay I wrote on the Great Gatsby in 1987. 97, 07, 17, 33 years ago. I got a 3.7 out of 4 on it. Neat stuff, well written, Dr. Kanjo says. I got a 3.7 out of 4, A+. Here's the question. Why does Fitzgerald, quote, Nick, use great in the novel's title? Or put it another way, if Gatsby is great, in what sense or way is he great? Alexis? Natalie? Anaya? Etc. I'm only going to read it if you say I can. I'm not going to force it on you. Do you want to hear my essay on the Great Gatsby? Yes or no?
Yeah.
That I wrote 33 years ago. If I can read my handwriting. It was for an exam. It was for a sit-down test. So it's not typed. It was in class. This is me at the age of 18 and a half years old. There are two types of people who view Gatsby, and thus two meanings to the word great, as used in the title. First, there are the socialites who come to Gatsby's house in the interest of partying and carousing. To them, Gatsby, or what Gatsby stands for, unending receptiveness, is a great host. He is great in the sense by what he represents to these people. His house is great and lit up like a World's Fair. His hospitality of music and food rivals any gala. He is mysterious and jazzy, but all alone. It is not his presence as a person that makes him great, but his presence as the keeper of a card hotel that does. In other words, a fake hotel. I guess I'm trying to be, I don't know what I mean by that. To Nick, Gatsby contradicts his better judgment, but it is in the inquiry into Gatsby that Nick Carraway redefines great. In this frame, in order to be known as a great man to others, one must open himself up to examination into the possibilities of greatness. Nick finds about this side of Gatsby through the vision of Gatsby's love for Daisy. This is a glimpse into a genuinely compassionate man and not a tycooning bootlegger. Gatsby's greatest ambition was to make a disconnected love relationship cross circuits again and flare up. He went through measureless, quote, dead dreams to save her, but in the end, she went back to her rich, full life. Gatsby is on a journey, a search for the Grail. Yet when he finds Daisy, the niceness she was to him is now tangled on the barbed wire. In the end of Gatsby's Grail pursuit, the beginning of finding himself, this may very well be the novel we attribute that qualifies Gatsby as great, in which a man finds himself in a crowd of lost people. Daisy acts and sounds confused. Maybe she does love him, but maybe she loves her husband too. She seems as if she is ready to say, as Gatsby and Tom exchange trivial words for her, "Look, Jay, I am lost too." I think the key to Gatsby's greatness lies in his dream. He shares that last and greatest of all human dreams. Maybe he lived too long for that single dream, but imagine the wonder in his eyes, that reach as he looked to the green light on Daisy's harbor. He gave it his something grasp. He could not secure Daisy, but as Nick stated, at the vacant funeral of the late Jay Gatsby, one can only think that Gatsby, old sport, found, watch this magic trick, found feet worthy of his great shoes. I don't know. That's sort of a silly ending, but I got a 3.7 out of 4. Okay. I didn't know you wanted to play. Okay. Okay, Mr. Edwards. Okay. Mr. Edwards. Yeah. What does college look like? That's what college looks like. Back into the drawer for another 33 years. Okay, I got to go to West Egg Village, Long Island, New York. I've got a long trip. Okay, did I answer your question adequately? If he had lived, he would have been great. All right, bye. Can I please go to West Egg? I will grade the homework on Aspen and all will be revealed. Okay? Everybody have a nice afternoon. Stay safe. And I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. from the undisclosed Nick Carraway bungalow. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, stay virtuous.